Oh, but I'm here. Um, I'm also hearing myself, so I'm gonna adjust that a little bit. Um, yeah, I had a nice vacation, and I got a new idea. Unfortunately, you might think that having multiple ideas is a good thing, but at this point, I need to really stop having ideas. But mainly, it's beneficial for me because this is for a video, and actually, it's good enough. Well, not good, but it's interesting enough that I feel like it can be hyped for certain investors. So I'm like, ooh, you know what? I'm gonna make a company. So I contacted my few of my influential friends to start a company. So we'll see where that goes. Oh, you'll be surprised to hear what it is actually. But for now, the actual detail of it will remain secret. But we will be working on the still exciting but not as complicated part, or not as like shiny part today. Essentially narrative simulation, right? And I have been doing that. I want to really get down to it. I am trying to get it inspired from a tabletop game called The Quiet Year, where it's like an improv game-ish, where you go around a table choosing actions to decide what what's happening in this world that you build together. And there are some rules, some dice rolls, and such like that. And I thought it was a great system that I feel like you can simulate a world based on that. So that's something that I'm trying to do. I hear a little bit of static in my ear, but I'm not really sure. I mean, what I'm calling a narrative gen, but I have a few things. It's basically relationship between different entities that pretends to be a story, which is not really a story, right? But if you think about Dwarf Fortress and likes of it, you know, you have like these relational data where basically it's just telling you where certain characters are going when, for what reason, and then we interpret story out of it, and it's interesting to look at. Essentially, it's some variation of that. Reason I'm looking off to the side right now is because I'm trying to figure out my links. There it is. We got the YouTube link here. We got the Twitch link here. Boop. And those of you who's watching the VOD, we have a new store. I guess I should include this in our description. It's developer Ezra-shop.fourthwall.com apparently. Get your little mug on my 6th super duper awesome game idea. Of course, behind it, if you look at it, we got a new Godot project named Cozy Rogue MMO Belatra RPG. We got our little Wizardberry folk making a Godot suit. And of course, our old design. Hater, love it. You know, it is what it is. I like this design though. And I have another one coming called 99% Burnt Out. So yeah, check it out. Anyways, it's time to get started. It's time to get started. Apparently Void already claimed first today. That's good. I'm gonna spawn myself as well. Okay. Oh, weird. How does Streamlabs? Oh, I guess somebody gifted. I bet it's Archives. Archives gifted Streamlabs the little berry folk. I was like, how did Streamlabs get an icon? Well, yeah, we're gonna go through one by one, try to get this to work. We'll see how it goes. Another thing you probably noticed, I upgraded my lens, my camera lens, meaning it has more or smaller aperture, which makes it so that the field of depth can be afforded to be smaller. That means things can look more artistic, as you can see. more bokeh. Feels fancier. But that also means I'm covering more of the screen, so I don't know what I'm going to do about this. Maybe I should make my face really small. There you go. Maybe that's more appropriate, so that I'm not covering entire screen. Hold up. Doesn't it look nice? It looks pretty profesh. I think it looks more crisp. Looks fancier. Don't I look good? I think I look good in this light. I'm excited to make more devlog with this. Hey, Mr. Protector. Hello, hello, hello. I was just showing off my new camera lens. I didn't change anything else. My camera's still the same. But then the lens, I got a fancier one. So you can see that I am in more crisp focus. Things look softer. Yeah. Isn't that exciting? But no green screen today, because I wanted to show off the bokeh. Let's see. I guess I should probably move. Maybe I should make it a bit bigger. There you go. Okay. All right. I think that's good enough. Let's get to real work. So today, I guess I should update the CloudBot too. Today is... What is today? Commands to resource and data relationship, which will be interpreted by Gen AI to create story. So it's generative story. I think what I was getting excited for was that the data itself will be a traditional technology. So we're not relying on AI to do anything creative. We're relying on our normal known techniques to create this like story flow and history. We're simulating a history. And then I'm thinking of using a thin AI layer to interpret that data into a kind of storytelling device, so that there's this like feeling of Dwarf Fortress-ish, except scoped down, but more, I don't know. To me, it feels better. More story, more sense. We'll see. So a few things that I was thinking about, the relational stuff. We have the people. Well, at least what I'm calling a people. And we're going to be using a lot of the old AI tool, or a lot of the AI logic that we've been developing all this time. Also, the music is a little too loud in my ear. We have something called people, resource, I guess location, and then I don't know, people will start project, but I guess that could be its own thing. Project, and then environment. Basically, everybody cares about managing resources. It's at the core of it is the society. The society is choosing what to do based on the plentifulness and scarcity of resource. And these resources doesn't have to be anything real. They can just be randomly named resource. So for example, if we say, hey, we're going to create a resource. I got to be careful with the naming this though. Resource is a name in Godot. So I guess we will say world resource, which should be a resource. I'm going to be doing a lot of data structuring today. And then probably some generation logic, because I want to make this demo. I already have a investor deck, which I think I got a little too ahead of schedule. We'll see. This one's going to probably have some sort of name. And then I do think that these all should have UID, unique ID, which I don't know how I'm going to define, but we'll figure it out. Resource name. Oh, this is a thing. I guess I should call it display name, I guess. And then we were talking about how, well, I was thinking about what it's used for and such things, but it doesn't really matter. This can be randomly generated. And then we can make a ref counted that is a generator. World resource generator. And then that's going to be ref counted, because it's a helper function. Resource generator. And I think I'm going to have some schema here. We'll have a utility one. I do think that there needs to be like name generator, which I guess could be, I don't know, name generator, could be a helper. And this one will be also ref counted. Counted. And class name. We'll call this name generator. I mean, it's going to be really hard to make a random sounding word. I suppose, say random generate random word, which would be a string. And I think potentially we can do some sort of combinations of vowels and consonants to create a word. So we could have, I wonder if we have to identify the vowels and consonants separately. String. No, I can't get a list of vowels, so I just have to do that. Vowels. Which would be what? A, E, O, U, we, A, all the diphthongs as well. So we only dip into one. Hold on. So we I, A, O, U. Is W technically a vowel? I don't know. That's a little bit confusing, isn't it? W. I mean, W is... I don't think W is considered vowel, actually, in English. Am I crazy? Hold on. We got A. I'm going to go through each combination here. Diphthongs A. Aw is a thing, right? Is AO a thing? OA is a thing. Ow. Dow. I guess it could be. I wonder if every single vowel combination is an allowed thing. E. I mean, you could have EA as well. A. EO. Like Theo. Is EU a thing? U. I guess it is. Huh. Is every vowel combination work? Huh. I guess it is. I guess I don't have to really manually do this. All of these exist, right? Usually these things, usually this ends in t, d, like the concluders. I suppose then I could just combine the two instead of doing this. Constant. Consonants. Is it called consonants? Consonants, vowels. Vowel. Or is it consonants? Vowels and consonants. Oh, I just doxed myself on my knowledge of English language. A little embarrassing. There's a little clicking noise on my left ear, which is kind of annoying. I don't know if it's the music or if it's my earphone. I'm just gonna go through all these, I guess. Should I do it alphabetically? No. Q, W, R, T, Y. Well, Y is technically a vowel, isn't it? O, P, S, D, F, G. Good luck, good luck. Good luck on making this localized, I guess. Impossible. Semikin says, hello, Ezra. I hope your day is going well. It's going. Well, to be determined. Well or not is to be determined. So far, I'm in my honeymoon phase of new project again. As you can tell, I can never... I have a hard time not starting a new project. It would be interesting to be like, oh, these consonants can be next to each other in this order. Is probably not a good idea. Random word could be like, let's say, word length or word syllable limit. And that's a little bit too complicated, isn't it? Word. I'm not going to put any limit. It's consonants, not constants. It's consonants. There's two different things. Consonants and vowels versus constants in math. I'm gonna say maybe yeah, it would be either you start with consonants and vowels and you just exchange back and forth, and it'll be like syllable. You forgot the big O, huh? Big O. What do you mean? Hello? Don't confuse me. Oh, oh, whoops. You're right. Hey, best viewers. Awesome. How about a ban? They're really making me regret enabling links again, I have to say. But yeah. Okay. This part is not as important. I just need to, like, you know, let's see, either var syllables, which is not really syllables, but I'm going to pretend that it is. Range between, I want to say, 1 to 5. And then for I in syllables, we will pair the consonants plus vowels, right? But thing is, we'll probably do something like... Semikin says, get out of here, bot nerd. Yeah, exactly. Exactly my point. We'll say stuff like diphthong rate, which would be like, I don't know, 10%. And then, I guess, I guess that's it. So we go if rand f is less than equal to diphthong rate, then we're making our chosen vowel a diphthong. Wait, is it diphthong? Hold on. Yeah, it is. It's something else if it's dipping thong, I guess. It shows how much I know. Definitely the words that I've said, but I never actually seen, I guess. So we'll do that. And then we'll do one more. Semikin says, I never heard of diphthong. Well, how do you know how to spell it? If you never used it before. And then it'll be like vars. We'll say result is string. And we'll say result equals all like that. Then we have a resulting random word. Dixon says, what's a diphthong? Diphthong is where you have two vowels. Typically, they're connecting vowels that are changing in sound. So you either have a vowel that's like a, e, I, o, u. Diphthongs are like I, a, o. Like the vowels that are connected and changing. Okay, I need to get a new earphone because there are a lot of static going on, which is very annoying. The official definition, let's see. I googled to see what it was, lol. Oh, I see. So I'm teaching you something. It's a sound formed by a combination of two vowels in a single syllable, like so. I, a, o, like, you know, because o is one sound. Like there's like something considered like a single vowel versus like ow, aw. Yeah. It's very involved in the language studies, I think. Anyways. And then I think we could have some rate of like var consonant ending rate, which would be like 30%, let's say. And so if I'm kind of excited to see how this will turn out. I have a feeling that this might actually not sound like any word, but that's better because it's supposed to be kind of like fake world where they have their own society type of situation. So we'll see. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. Okay, so this is a name generator. I want to make it so that this is a static function, meaning it's basically global. So they can be accessed from anywhere in the code or anywhere in the project because it's utility. We don't really need to worry about that. So when we do world resource generator, which is also a static class essentially, and we say generate a random resource, world resource, let's say, and which generates a random one. We'll probably do something like var result, which will be boop, boop, new. I think this should be able to be referred. UUID is a little bit confusing part. I don't know how I'm going to do the UUID. There might be a UUID helper, I guess, where I could have a global UUID where name generator will say utility UID manager. I'm not sure if that's... Maybe I should look at what the best way to generate UID is. Godot, best way to generate UUID. Oh, how come my face is covered by my chat? That seems hardly, here, let me move some stuff here. I guess technically I could just make my face bigger, but that's gonna cover too much of the screen, no? What do you think? If I go like this, that's about the size I need it to be, I guess. I guess this might be okay. I might have to put myself behind the berries then, if I do that. Or I keep myself here, move the chat window. Hold on. I got it. I'll move the chat window. Chat box. I'll put it over here. How about that? There you go. A little better. It's a little busy on the screen, but we get what we get. Demo says, well, if it isn't Ezra, it is me. Hi, Tony. Simikin says, I noticed you had chat over your face. Yeah. What else did you notice? I was talking about this earlier for the people who are watching VOD, but a lot of you guys missed it. Notice anything different? Notice anything different? Hey, Denimal. Hi, Cooley. Welcome. Look at me. Don't I look crisper? Crispier? Isn't the camera looking nice? The field of depth. I got a new lens. I got a new lens for my camera, which means you get a more bokeh effect. But also, it's not a zoom lens. It's 30mm, which means the throw distance is further. It's like a fixed zoom. So that's why I'm like closer. I look closer. But the benefit is that I have different aperture size. So it looks more professional. It also has UV filter, so some of the hard glows are softer as well. So it should look better. Cooley says, I think this Ezra fake is fake, but I can't prove it. It's true. Daniel says, room behind you looks different. Oh no, you're just a bit over. What? I'm just a bit over what? He said, I don't know how to explain this, but you look like someone from official Minecraft YouTube video, like Mojang. Exactly. I'm making an official announcement today. That's what this is. Official announcement today. No official announcement, but I do have an announcement, and I have to do this every now and then because who knows who's gonna get in here. Go buy my merch. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. There's actually a good design that's coming up. I think I'm gonna be coming out with new design in like 2-3 weeks. Called a what is the design called? It's called 99% burnt out, and that would be more relatable for a lot of people, I think. But look, we have 3 merch so far. We have this thing, right? We got a little mug with this thing. Design, new project, Cozy Rogue MMO Blotro RPG. We got our little Wizardberry folk saying let's make games. And then we have this Hand of Creator pixel art. Yeah, t-shirt. So we're doing it. We're doing it. It's happening. Dixon says, looks very pro. Thank you. Thank you. That's the point. I'm going on up. This is my last hurrah before I'm forced to get a job again. I'm doing everything I can to be like, no, I will not. I shall not be silenced. I was looking at how to best make UID. Oh, the heck. I should probably update that message. Interestingly enough, the CloudBot just made an automatic messaging with a wrong link. So let me update that. Okay, we got the timers. Okay. Get my merch. Blah, blah, blah. 15% off. There you go. I think it's 15% off. Hopefully that's not a false advertisement. Cooley says, I thought you still had a job. I mean, this is the job. I quit. I have been doing this full time for like 2 years now. YouTube and Twitch. 2 years? Something like that, I think. Oh, I just heard a cat yelp. Hold on. I'll be back. Just give me a second. Demo says, must be spending it too fast. Too fast? 2 years? I mean, I've been doing well. It's just that it's not that I'm running out. It's just I'm getting to a place that I don't want to be. So I'll be back. Yeah, they're fine. They were just being naughty. All right. Magic says, hi, I'm by. Hi. And back. Let's see. Cooley says, Ezra needs to budget better. Hey, come on. Can you imagine not having any work for 2 years? I budgeted. Oh my gosh, watermelon. Cooley says, nice sword he has back there. Wait, can you even see that? All right. We're going to do our 12 squats right now. Everybody's involved in here, as you know. I don't know. I can't zoom in or out, so I don't think you'll be able to see me squat. You'll just see my head, but trust that I'm doing it. There you go. Yeah? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, all right. We got it. Looking good, huh? Magic Food Bar says AI deepfake. Do I look like AI deepfake? It kind of does, right? Because it's too soft. Watermelon says, hello, Ezra, hi. Then it says, for self-defense, exactly. A foam sword. And I go, you shall not pass. Anyways, let me just test this real quick. I want to see if the name generator works, though. So we got this. We got name generator. We'll generate a random word and see what that looks like. I don't know what the best way to do UID in Godot. Like, I don't want to have to keep up with my own thing. Oh, they have UUID class. Oh, no. That's an asset library. Oh, thanks for the gifted, Denimol. Appreciate it. That's going to help me stay off another month. I appreciate it, everyone. Wow, it says you've... Well, hold on. Gifted a tier 1 sub to Cooley. Wow, you've gifted 12 so far. Denimal is the biggest contributor right now. Single-handedly. Supporting me. It does seem like Resource has a default UID. I don't know if I can use this. Resource UID, a singleton that manages the unique ID identifiers of all resources within projects. Allows the engine to, yeah. So they automatically get UID. But you can also create one. Let me see. Is it gonna have UID? I want to see. Boop. UID. Unique. Resource scene unique ID. So it does have one. Unique identifier relative to this resources. Relative to the this. I feel like this is a spelling error. Cooley says, "Oh my god, thank you. You didn't have to do that." Daniel says, "Homies don't let homies watch ads." Oh, that's so nice. Exactly. Homies don't let other homies watch ads. Cooley says, "Dan is a kind man. Praise be him." Praise be him is funny. Hey, Shiny is activated for 65 seconds too. So there's that. Anyways, I don't understand. This says unique ID relative to the this resources scene. If left empty, the ID is automatically generated when this resource is saved inside of a packed scene. Custom RID. I wonder if I have to actually assign it automatically. Also, it's a scene ID, which is, I'm not really sure what that means. If multiple resources in the same scene use the same ID, only the earliest resource in the scene hierarchy keeps the original ID. The other resources are assigned new IDs from generated scene unique ID. Setting this property does not emit the change signal. When setting, the ID must only consist of letters. I see. You know what? I'm just going to rely on it instead of having my own UID. I'm going to assume that they are unique. So we just need to do display name for now. Okay. And then it creates a world resource. Mikori says, "Hey, Az, what you working on?" This. But another project. But another project that I am pitching, by the way. So this is one of the fewer projects that I'm going to do a quick demo and then pitch to an investor. So we'll see how that goes. That way I can get some experience and share with you how best to do it, right? Mikori says, "Another." Yes, exactly. Another. Call me Bucky of game development, because when I alt, I never stop. Mikori says, "At this point, as should sue DJ Kali for another one," saying exactly. No. I mean, I had an idea because I was like, oh, this would be an interesting video idea, because we were doing the AI logic, right? And I was like, you know what? With this goal-oriented action planning, plus some of the other like relational stuff and some game ideas, like we should be able to, I mean, this is not technically new because I've been working on world generation for a long time, that I thought it would be interesting to do some sort of like world building generation as a data, and then use Gen AI to interpret the data. So I'm using AI to write a story based on the data, as opposed to allowing the AI itself to interpret what users are saying or to run any of the logic. It's a thin layer of interpretation, as opposed to so it's more like a game that's being painted by AI versus AI app. It's more like data to AI. So data is generated, data is managed on the game layer as people play, and it's like a flavor text of what this data means is narratively interpreted by the AI. So it's like a very not AI implication, because, you know, a lot of the applications and AI related stuff are overpromising, and this is like less about that. So we'll see how that goes. As a AI doubter, it's a big deal that I am going this path, I think it's more trustworthy that I am trying this out. But more than that, though, what I'm interested in is the world building simulator, the engine. How do I explain this? So I do need to draw some of these things, by the way, which I will do again on my devlog, because this is going to be the next one. Let me show you. Let me show you how this can be generated reasonably. This is based on a tabletop RPG, or not tabletop game, called The Quiet Year. Zuzu says, I'm hella exploiting ChatGPT for teaching me how to make my own game engine. Oh, easy, not as. Okay. Yeah, I mean, learning is good. Okay. McCray says, we got Professor Ez. Time to take notes from the whiteboard. Well, don't steal this idea, but this is the idea. So you know how society is built around resources. Dune does that, right? Dune has the example of spice. Some of the games talk about nuclear power. Anyways, the power and society revolves around resources and limited resources. I think Avatar is part of that too. We live in a society. That's right, Suzu. No, Fallout has bottle caps. Sure. Resources are important. Basically, a lot of the motivations and lack thereof is based on motivation towards resources. So the game idea is that we have something called resource, right? And then resources are in a location, right? Resources are available at a location. So basically, it's like location has resource. Maybe it's... And then the location is impacted by an environment, which makes it either toxic, so i.e. like, or not toxic, hazards. So hazard, season, a predator, etc., right? Predator. Not the trademark predator. And then resources are needed or used by people. And people have roles and relationship with themselves. Parents, teachers, mentors, leaders, gatherer. One main thing is gatherer of the resources are people who are gathering the resource. We have processor, who are processing the resource. And then we have the users, who uses the resource, right? And processors are basically, they make it into a usable resource. And so in order to get the resource, they have to go to a location to grab the resource. However, if the location, depending on the state of the resource, like this one has a generation rate, depending on how fast it gets generated, and depending on how fast people use it, and then depending on how hard it is to get it based on the environment, right? Like distance to location, hazard level. This impacts what? This impacts the scarcity. Scarcity of the resource, right? Which means how fast you can get a resource. So either plentiful or scarce is a resource. And that is all simulatable. This is all simulatable. So in order, so that as a society, people within their relationship, they would start a project. Starts a project, which is used to either build tools, remove hazards, go hunting, invent, or even come up with taboos and rules of the society to control the scarcity of the need. Yes? So then the project impacts the people, resource, and the environment. And we're going to scope it down so that for resource. So we have these elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are all parameterizable, and they have some relationship between each other that can be scoped out and simulated. So the idea is player can initially, the first version of the game is more of a sim, kind of like a story builder, is that you have a bunch of these things randomly generated, and then as a player you can decide what these things are used for. Let's say people use a resource called Plumbus for the purpose of generating magic. That's their use of the resource, so it's very important. But then it's like covered by a predator type called Thanatorotus or whatever. Doesn't matter. And then, they would start a project in order to either come up with a solution, and then the leader does something else, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, Dwarf Fortress, or I don't know about Rain World. I never played it, so I actually don't know. But if it does remind you of that, that's probably nice. Because so will it be PvP or PvE? For now, it's just simulation and story building. So the people, you have these like snapshot of what's happened. So we have a resource, people use these resource, these things are scarce, these things are plentiful, and you have these people, just general people, no named characters. And then as a player, well, the quiet ear, the gameplay is that you go around the table, you either roll dice, you choose an action, and then you roll the dice. The action Victori's just now noticing the camera. We'll talk about the camera real quick. Just give me a second. In that game, players usually choose an action that either starts a project as a society, and then you get to it's this like an improv game where you just choose what the project is, and then you talk about what happens, and then you talk about like an important figure is born, depending on the dice roll, or like project has finished or project has finished and type of situation. And then you just build this like 1 year of society changing, and you get this like crazy world building, which is kind of fun. So you can, as like this like God sim, you get to impact any of the society to change how the world is building. And once you get that world generation done and figured out, I think the alternative is now, instead of being omnipotent controller of the whole scheme, where if you decide to do something, it definitely happens, you can play as a character in that world to be like, oh, now since I'm just a person within that world, the way I impact the world, instead of being like definitive, it can be through relationship and influence, which is more like RPG like. I think that could be fun. So I just want to, at the end of the day, I just want to test out and see how far I can go with just the world generation through the data. I'm just curious about it. It may not go anywhere, but it will definitely make an interesting devlog, I think. Mikori says, wait a damn second, since when was the shelf behind you on the right? Camera is flipped. I flipped it a long time ago because of the mic. Because mic come from this side. So when I was doing this mode, is flipped. It is flipped. However, another thing is that the bokeh effect, where it makes the background really blurry, is more intense now. And it's more zoomed in, right? I was talking about how like it's a better quality lens now. I updated my lens to be a fancier version, so it has like a better aperture, or not better, but aperture that allows a shorter field of depth, which means what it sees in focus is shorter. So it sees me in focus, but it sees the background in blurry, and I have some filters on there too, so it looks nicer, more professional. It's pretty nice. I like it. I'm excited to film more devlogs with this. Mikor says, the going around and setting up things reminds me of Settlers of Catan or Civilization. Yeah, a lot of these games, a lot of these like simulation slash like growing civilization games are already doing a little bit of it. Very complicated. My goal is to scope it down to these, like I'm trying to boil it down as much as possible to leave it as little data as possible. and leaving the interpretation layer to AI to see what it looks like. Zeus says, "Are you using DSLR?" No. It's not mirrorless. Well, it is mirrorless. It's a direct sensor. I'm using Sony ZV-E10, which is not considered DSLR. But I am definitely using 30 millimeter with 1.4 focal, up to 1.4 focal length. Aperture size. I mean, f1.4. f1.4. 1.2? I don't know. But 30 mil is pretty... That was the only thing that I was scared of, because I don't have that much distance between me and the camera that I thought it was going to look too zoomed in, but we'll see. Suzu says, "Man, that's set up crazy. Let me tell you what." Yeah. McCray says, "So Dune, Fallout, Mad Max, but instead of being a character in the story that does quests, etc., you're the god that can change things, and things like City Skylines, Civ, etc." Yeah, exactly. It's like Dwarf Fortress plus City Sim. Initially, I really like the prospects of playing as a character in this world more so, because that's what I would like to do. But in order to do that, we need to get to the generation part first. And worst case scenario, it would be a great world generation tool for building stuff like DMing, D&D, and stuff like that. Of course, I do like new DOF. Nope, so profesh. The depth of field. Is that what that is? I'll play that. Take my money. Yeah, exactly. Great. Nice. Now. Now I'm going to have to make a demo that I can show so I can get investors to be hyped. Yeah, depth of field. Okay, cool. All right. Having said all that, our first hurdle is, what's the name that's been generated? So I'll create a main scene for now. And then on main, excuse me, I'll have a ready here real quick. So I can be like, hey, world resource generator. We're going to generate a world resource. And we're going to look at display name of this. Print. I have a feeling it's going to be something silly. As long as it's readable, I think that's my goal. I want the name to be readable. Zoquo. Zoquo is not readable, I think. Wait, what the heck? Oh, I guess one is a little bit too short. One syllable is a little too short. Rye? That seems a little crazy. Maybe we need to make it so that it's... I mean, it's not bad. I don't like it. So we'll do 227 instead. All right, we got Zadofu. We got Seriozygu. A lot of goos. I got the Nawidufi. Trevexi. Wait, hold on. I think I'm going to make this 50% instead of 30%, ending in consonants. All right, there it is. Wiokoa Wibukev. That's a little bit too... Okay, 7 might be a little bit too much. Let's limit it at 5. Nobipe. Whatever it means. Mikori says, yeah, I think you'll 100% be backed on this project since you said it was also trying to get a publisher, right? Unless that was something else. I'm trying to get company funding for this, actually. So I'm pitching, I mean, it is a game pitch, but I'm pitching it for the investors more so than the publisher. But we'll see. We'll see. I got my friend involved. A friend who's like a senior project manager in a very well-known AI spaces. So he's helping me out. So we'll see. Maybe I'll have a company. This is my last hurrah before deciding to go back to working. I'm doing everything. I did merch launch. I'm like going hard on video producing. I'm going hard on starting a company because I'm like, oh, we got to get this going. We got to get this going. Hey, Fernando. Hello, hello. I am looking forward to our. I don't know if Mikuri wasn't here. By the way, we're doing game design / tech design review consultation with viewers. Fernando is one of them. Zuzu is first in line, actually, on my calendar. And then that will be published too, so we'll see. That's what it was. Game pitch, not publisher, yeah. Mikuri says, I can invest $10. I only ask for a name and credit. Hey, look, you might have an opportunity to do something like that if we decide that it's going to be a Kickstarter thing. But even for Kickstarter, anyways, regardless of all this, the idea is cool and all, but, you know, the reality of getting it done is very different. So we'll see. So far we have the resources. And I think the resource, I do want to have some tight coupling, right? Because resource will have generation rate. Do I make it so that there's an actual data represented reasons that impacts the generation rate versus it has native generation rate and projects just update that regardless? So for example, we'll say, hey, well, this has a this, and then we can say natural generation rate, right, which will be float, and then we'll have a natural decay rate, and that may be permanent, like it may never go away, meaning they are born and reduced without external impact. An external impact would make these things alter, and that will change the scarcity of it. The resources also have a base collection rate, which is how fast it, like how long it takes for people to start collecting them. And then obviously the whole like technology of like, can you collect it or not? But I don't want to worry about that just yet. So let's say collection rate, decay rate, and generation rate. This decides kind of the scarcity. Another thing is we have a location, we said. We're going to have a location here. Location, which will be a resource. Tony says, Ewol. Sorry for distracting. What? Why is that distracting? It's fine. What's Ewol? Is that another name? Sisopibaidu. Wait, hold on. Sisapidu. This like U ending needs to be lowered. I think it needs to be a weighted probability on this. That's kind of funny though. Class name. So pretty boring session. I mean, mostly I want to stay text-based for now because that's the fast way to confirm. But we'll see. We'll definitely, I think the end result, if we can get full funded, I'm sure there's opportunity for graphics and sound as well. But for now, I want to rely on text generation. Kind of like AI Dungeon. I would have to say, have you guys played AI Dungeon before? When it first came out, it wasn't that good. Like, it was interesting, but it was always like, you know, it struggled with being sensible. Yeah, this is AI Dungeon. When before Gen AI became huge, AI Dungeon was already a thing, by the way, where basically you get to say whatever. So, for example, we can. I guess this is new. They actually, there's a lot, and people can upgrade their own thing. I don't know how good it is. Let me try it out, shall we? I want to do fantasy because that's my thing. Semikin says, used old school GPT-1, GPT-2 before GPT-2 blew up. Yeah, okay. That's what I figured. Choose a story. Let's do a chosen story. Theseus. Yeah, look. We'll play it out to see what we're... I mean, essentially, that's what we're rivaling, right? With this. Look at this. The morning mist has lifted from the grove by the time you finish practicing the forms with your brother's sword. Okay, we have a brother. You still think of it as his. Even though it's been a year since they dragged him off to war without so much as a pair of boots to his name. One day, Eadgar will come back to claim it, and everything will go back to the way it used to be. You hold the sword up to the light, watching the runes inscribed on the flat of the blade shine, as your eldest brother, Eadgar, liked to lord it over all of you. But you're pretty sure the sword's runes never sparkled like this for him. He was right to hide it here. A weapon this fine must have once belonged to some great hero. Wait, why did he go to war without his sword, though? I mean, that's a question. But it's okay. It's okay. Semikin says, it's fun. It's like text adventure game. Yeah, no, I just think... Okay, my problem at the time when I first played AI Dungeon was like, well, it's not really designed. So the playing and just getting to different nooks and crannies ended up breaking down of like being consistent or like there being like appropriate upgrades and feeling like a game versus like it didn't... Like, it was fun to explore, but it never felt like there was purpose, you know? Okay. He was right. To hide it here, a weapon this fine must have once belonged to some great hero. Where did a farmer's son like you, your brother, get his hand on it? He took that secret with him into the army. A horn blares in the distance, not the reeves call, something's amiss. You run for the village. At the crest of the hill, you halt. Below, you see knights thundering through the streets, their tabards resplendent with the golden fleur de lis. I don't know what that means. Flower of lis? Of our... What are all these names? But it's okay. The kingdom Eadgar was sent to fight. Oh, the kingdom? Okay, this is the name of the kingdom. Okay. The kingdom is called Aurimagne. The kingdom Eadgar was sent to fight. Okay, it's just my reading comprehension. It's not the AI's fault. It's my reading comprehension's fault. I haven't read in a while. Whatever resistance the village put up has been crushed. Flames lick the thatched huts. Screams split the smoky air. You spot your parents. Heads bowed under heavy iron shackles. Soldiers prod them with sword, leading them towards wagons laden with prisoners. The knight on an armored horse towers over them, barking orders in his strange tongue. You tighten your grip on... No. You're still carrying the sword. What? In your rush, you forgot to return it to its... Oh, okay. You tighten your grip on, and then you realize, oh no, I'm still carrying the sword that was meant to be hidden. In your rush, you forgot to return it to its hiding place in the grove. Your sister, Sinethrith... The names are impossible, but it's okay. It's better than mine. Appears at your side, eyes wide as she peers up at the sword in your hand. What do you think you're doing? She says, tugging at your sleeves. Come on, they'll kill you for a sword like that. In the village below, the knight on the armored horse looks up at where you stand on the hill, holding the rune blade up to the light. Sorcerer! What? Okay. It's getting revealed. Okay, I'm not going to judge too hard right now. The Aurimagne knight's battle cry pierces the din of destruction below. He spurs his mount up the hill towards you, the beast's iron-shod hooves churning the earth. Two more knights follow behind, their war hammers gleaming in the sunlight as they abandon the prisoners to pursue you. Snethrith shrieks as you push her behind a tree. The runes on the sword pulse with cold fire as if responding to the approaching danger. You've never wielded this blade in earnest, only practiced the forms Edgar taught you years ago. The first knight reaches the top of the hill, with his horse still moving at a gallop. All right, so you could continue. So you can continue the story and let it generate, or you can take a turn, and you can choose like what to do here. So I would say, do would be like in the blinded by the rage of seeing my parents, or his parents, what was the parents doing something? Or say to me, maybe with little thought. I don't even know what the character's name is. Oh, I am. Okay. With little thought, you rush towards the top of the hill. I guess. McCoy says, just wait until someone makes an AI Dungeon 2.0 that uses Suno and 11 Labs with fine-tuned story LLM to make the scenes and actions come to life. I'm sure that's a possibility, and they're working on it. I would be surprised if they aren't already. But once again, I'm trying to see what the state of the storytelling is at. Generated storytelling is. So we'll see. With a little thought, you rush towards the top of the hill. Sword pointed straight at the knight. You think, I don't have to win, just need enough distraction to free my parents. This is not an act of a brave hero. It's a desperate flail of a prey caught in a corner. We'll see what happens. I'm not a great writer, so we'll see. It doesn't really matter the writing style, but I just want to know how it handles that action, right? It says, you with little thought, you rush towards the top of a hill. Sword pointed straight at the knight. You think, I don't have to win, just need to... Da, 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 da. This is what I wrote, right? It says, the knight's gauntlet fist crashes into your ribs before the sword even reaches its mark. The iron shot pommel connects with bone and muscle, driving the air from your lungs in a sharp pained gasp. You stumble backwards, the rune sword clattering from nerveless fingers as your hands fly up to protect your chest. Okay, stupid boy. The knight snarls in heavily accented Brytholm. There's a lot of Y's in these names. Mikori says, this is essentially AI modern Zork. I mean, I think that was the design purpose. His spurs digging into his horse's flanks as he circles you. The beast's hooves trample the earth where you stood a moment before. Behind him, his companion dismount, warhammer raised and ready. All right. I mean, you wish something dramatic would happen. I guess you could say, what a knight you are, raising a weapon of war against a civilian child. I hope you're really proud of your service to the kingdom. How about that? Yeah, that's kind of intimidating. Kind of. It's a kid after all. A spittle flies from the knight's lips as he roars with laughter to sound harsh and cruel. Your king abandoned you to our mercy, boy. This is what happens to those choose rebellion over submission. He spits into the dirt near your feet. I have children younger than you who serve our empire in the mines of Normandy. At least they know their place. Ooh, feisty. The second knight steps forward, his warhammer gleaming with fresh bloodstains. Shall we gut him here or take him back for the others to see what happens to would-be heroes? His eyes glint with dark amusement at prospect of further torture. Okay, take turn. You secretly grab a handful of dirt underneath you. And as the knights turn back to look at you, this makes, well, you land, you throw the dirt. Just curious what it will do. Yeah, same. I wonder if I will die. I mean, this is fun, right? Kind of. To blind and distract them. Quickly grabbing the rune sword. Right? Hold on. What do? You have to fight back, right? I'm hoping that something amazing will happen. Previous message? What about the previous message? Distract them. In chat? What do you mean? Just curious what it will do. That's all I see. Okay. They're blind and distract them. You run towards your rune sword. Gripping it, hoping for a miracle. Ooh, okay. The light of cold fire emits again from the rune. And you let your instinct guide you. Let's see what happens. Right? That's like kind of like allowing for AI to say something serious is about to happen. Because says, take out your secret penknife that when you click it turns into Jacqueline. I don't know what that is. What is that? The most powerful. Oh, it's just like making stuff up. JK, don't want to stress the AI by randomly having an op weapon. I mean, that would really ruin it. Dirt explodes from your hand in a cloud that catches. They're really egging on the descriptions here. Not my style, but it's okay. They flinch back. One raising a gauntlet to shield his eyes as he barks curses in Our Magna. Well, I thought that was the name of the kingdom, not the language. See, this is kind of the inconsistency that happens, but whatever. The rune sword pulses with its cold fire, responding to your grip as you snatch it up. Some instinct, some ancient blood memory from your Saxon ancestors. Okay, well, that's new information. Moves your arms before your mind can process the movements. The first knight's warhammer swings towards your head. You parry blindly, the impact rattling your bones, but the sword holds. The cold fire flares brighter, burning with an inner light that pulses through your arms. We haven't decided what the rune sword does, what the impact, like what the effect of it is. Do I have to define that? Does the game tell me what it is? It's pretty fun still. I'm going to let it continue and see what happens. You manage to deflect the warhammer, but the sheer power of the strike sends you stumbling backward. The cold fire races up your arm like liquid mercury, filling you... We don't know what liquid mercury feels like. Filling you with strength and purpose, the second knight lunges, aiming a brutal thrust towards your midsection with his spear. You shift, the rune sword moving of its own accord as you parry the blow and twist your wrist, catching the spear haft with a ring of metal on metal. Okay, the first knight recovers, his hammer coming in from the side. You pivot on your heel, letting the hammer's momentum push you into a circular movement that puts you behind the attacker. The rune blade flashes as you slash, catching his armored thigh. Not really sure what that does. But anyways, little aimless. Like, you can do whatever you want. A glimpse of ancient memory flickers in your mind. Taking you to a place you do not recognize. Yeah. Why would it compare it to metal? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny. I think it's meant to be like cold liquid. A glimpse of ancient memory flickers that I don't recognize. You see a woman standing in front of you, eyes glowing teal. In teal. Okay. Well. And then you say, well, I think I spelled teal wrong. Hey, thanks for the raid, Starlight Lacuna. Welcome, raiders. We're developing games, but we're also experimenting with AI Dungeon because it's kind of relevant to what we're trying to make. I would say field research. That's what we're doing. But typically we do Godot game devs here. We've been doing a lot of like AI logic, not to be confused with generative AI. We've been doing a lot of like traditional game AI logic, like enemy AI. So we were using goal-oriented action planning, behavior tree, state machine, etc., etc. Our next project I'm working on for my video is this like world simulation thing, and I have some plans. So I'm just kind of looking at what's out there, and AI Dungeon is one of those things that allows you to have like this free-form story writing. So I'm just kind of playing with it right now. But yes, we got the shout out. Thanks, McCory, for doing that. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. I hope you had a great stream. Do tell us about what you're doing and what your stream's about to our wonderful folks here. And yeah. Okay, so a glimpse of da-da-da. So I'm going for this like ancient memory thing. And then she opens her mouth as if to talk, but you hear no words. As the mysterious woman, or if I can spell mysterious correctly, reaches her hand towards your face, you are pulled back. Back to where you were fighting the knights. Except the knights are not standing anymore. They are at your feet, unconscious. Alright. It'll be great if I know how to spell things. Let's see what that does. Magic 4 says, Mercury as a smelting point of around negative 38 Celsius. Should sound hot, but could be very cold too. Negative? Negative is cold, no? Starlight says, I was doing some Godot development. I'm currently converting my stream overlay from GDScript to C#. Lots of cross-language headaches. Oh, really? Interesting. Are you using Twitcher? Because this is my Godot stream thing that I use Twitcher with. Of course, by Connie Dev. And you can redeem your points to plant berry seeds and get little collectibles. Magic Footwear says, that's what the web said. Oh, really? Okay, the word tilts and for a heartbeat. A world. Okay, I was like, what? The world tilts and for a heartbeat you see beyond the blood and dust of the hilltop. The woman's face, the same face from your childhood visions. Oh, that's new information. Amidst a cold light like a rune sword's glow, her features shift, familiar yet not, as if remembering you. She opens her mouth and you catch fragments of her words in your mouth rather than your ears. The blood remembers. The sword remembers. The debt is paid in fire and blood. Ooh. The vision fades as a coal fire burns through your veins. You are left standing amidst the still forms of the knights. Their armored bodies crumpled where they fell. One stirs weakly, trying to push himself up on his elbow. We're going to continue. Star says, I'm not using Twitcher. I'm using Firebot to send Twitch events to Godot via HTTP. It's a bit hacky, but it works. Hey, if it works, it works. Seems like a fun thing. Would be curious to know specifically what kind of features you're adding to your overlay. But, you know, I understand if you need to bolt and such. The first knight groans, rolling into his sides. Blood trickles from a gash in his temple, where your blade must have glanced off his helm. His hand moves weakly towards his fallen sword. You see no immediate way to kill him, though your body thrums with the energy from the rune sword. A mercy killing would be the honorable choice. I don't know about that. But you're not sure your hands won't shake it if you try. The knights lie helpless at your feet, each breathing but unable to rise. The sword pulses again, and if urging you forward, the woman's image remains in your mind's eye, her outstretched hand, those glowing eyes. What does she want from you? What has to remember? All right, ready? Ready? I'm gonna do something crazy here. Eldritch Blast. There you go. There it is. Let's see how this resolves this. This is a crazy turn of event. I just yell, Eldritch Blast! The runes flare. Okay, it does work. It's pretty funny. The runes flare with sudden violent light as your curse. The remaining knights scramble backwards, shielding their eyes from the blinding radiance as the sword's power erupts. You hear a wet crack as the first knight's skull splits. His head lolling. What does that mean? Sit. Okay. Never heard that word used in a story before. Lolling at an unnatural angle. Brain matter leaking onto the trampled earth. The second knight's scream cut off abruptly as a shard of rune-carved metal pierces his throat. Dark blood fountain from the wound. The coal fire that once felt like strength now burns with malevolent heat. The rune sword drinks the life from the corpses, their bodies withering as if decades have passed in mere moments. Well, this has escalated pretty quickly. So in this point, I guess this works pretty well. I mean, there are some inconsistencies, which if you understand it's just AI generated and there could be some hallucination. It's not bad. But I do wonder how far it can go before it's like, oh, it's too much. You wonder where those words came from. How did you know to yell yell that phrase? What have you forgotten? You're filled with curiosity. Oh. And fear. And excitement? Where do you go from here? There you go. I guess I should have done the story option. The sword's fire dimmed to a low glow, but taste of power remains in your mouth like drinking lightning or inhaling an aftermath of a storm. The rune-etched metal hums against your palm, responding to conflicted emotions coursing through you. You realize with dawning horror that you don't actually know what you said. The words were ancient Saxon, but not in the dialect spoken by your village. They weren't mine. They were hers. The woman's voice whispers in your mind again. That same presence you've felt since childhood. The knight's bodies are desiccated now, like dried apples left too long in the sun. You stare at your hand, gripping the sword. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know how to lead this story now. I don't want to be a DM. I want them to tell me what to do. What the options are. You notice that the runes along the blades have changed. Some have faded while others have darkened, and one has shifted to form an entirely new symbol. The metal itself feels heavier, as if drinking the knight's lives has altered it. Starlight says, oh boy, there are so many things I want to add to the overlays. Chat interactive stuff like little games and channel rewards that change the stream environment. All that is in the far future though. Yeah, me too. I actually wanted to do a little tower defense game with these berry folk. But for now, it's just collectible and rarity. People can plant their seeds, water them 9 times, and become one of these available berries, which I add over the time. And then there's like shiny versions and stuff like that. Though game mode sounds fun. Yeah, sounds cool. Well, thanks for the raid again. If you could stay a while, I wouldn't mind. Here, I'll follow you back as well. So in the future, I may have someone to raid. Okay. A distant shout echoes up the hill. More knights called by the sounds of the fight. Your heart hammers in your chest, but not from fear alone. The power still pulses through you, making your skin tingle. You feel the woman watching through the sword, waiting to see what you'll do next. You scan the hillside, taking in the twisted remains of the knights. Their armor lies scattered where they fell, some pieces. I don't know how you can get out of this situation. Do you keep fighting or do you run away now? Starlight says, I do have to run, but I'll be lurking. I hope your stream goes well, wonderfully. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll see you around. Anyways, all right, I think that's enough. This was interesting, kind of fun, very different. You're really just telling a story, I think. It's just kind of like improv more than anything. It is interesting to see. You do wonder where that sword is going to lead. I do wonder how that can resolve, or if I'll ever feel that satisfaction. Something that did trigger in my mind was that desire to see and uncover the truth behind a sword, which is good, which is good storytelling, but it does really heavily depend on what I do. So I don't know, maybe it's the same, maybe it's different. It's gonna be a little bit more systematic, I think. Anyways, so we're back on our little world. We were saying that the location will have environments, right? So it'll have some sort of environment, which will be nested. I don't know if environment, I guess environment might be hazard. You know what? That's okay. I think like the predators are environment too. I don't know if I should define it as environment type and define an environment type like a predefined ones, or if it needs to be a reason. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, so we got the environments, whatever that means. So we'll say location environment. I guess potentially the flavor text of what that means could be filled by Gen AI as well. We'll see, because I do want a random one. Environment. This will be resource. Right now, all I'm trying to do by writing all these things is define ambiguity. Like in my head. Oh, environment already exists. I guess I should call it world location environment. Location environment. Because in idea, it's all good, but during generation, where is it going to lack things? You know, and then environment definitely needs some sort of like descriptive meaning, or I guess the title. Just plain name of the environment, like what the condition is, and then I guess that really depends on. Maybe it shouldn't be named. I think we can be like type, which would be environmental type here, enum, which would be like creature, cliff. I don't know what cliff means. Grassland. Forest? There could be a bunch of different types of environment. I guess forest has its own thing. What are some other things we could have? Water. Cave. Swamp. I mean, you could have forest and swamp. You can have forest and cave. You can do all these things because it's kind of weird. But what else? Toxic gas. Or toxic. Can we just say toxic? Whatever that is. Toxic environment. I wonder if the danger type can be more than cliff, water, cave, swamp. We'll see. We'll see how this defines. So we have an environment and a location, which can be an array of environment that can be describing it. I guess technically distance matters. Distance to village. Maybe not. We could say village. That's the main thing. Location environment can be a village. Okay. People. We're saying that the people has some sort of relationship. Let me pull up my documents actually. It's somewhere in here. It's under idea. Narrative gen. I guess you can already see my little investor pitch. Little hint. Oh. Okay, that's it. Okay. So roughly, I was looking at roles, relationship. There's some societal rules. We'll have to think about that separately. So for now, I'm going to say the people resource, class name, people, a person, I guess, source. I mean, people should the people be a category of people? So for example, if I say, hey, there are this many gatherers, am I going to generate one person for every citizen within the city? Or would I treat that as a group? I think I would treat that as a group, right? Rather than people, I almost feel like this is society. So we'll have a society. I think the person is like important people have their own script. So we have a society. We live in a society. And then, let's see. Society would have important people. I think people should be important person. Important. Well, we'll see. Because if I generate for each, will that work? If I go, hey, this one is this one's mom, this one is this one's kid. I mean, I might have to do that. If I actually want to generate things, you know what? I'm going to try that first and see how long it takes. If it takes more than 30 minutes to generate the world, maybe we'll consider changing it. For our display name, which is string. And then we're going to have some role here. We got role types already, which right now is only gatherer, processor, and user. I don't know if the parent and child thing is. You know what? I'm going to add that actually, parent and child. So enum role would be parent, child. Though I feel like this is more like a relationship role. Like the role needs to have its own like configuration. Like parameters that defines what role means. Because if I'm like a parent of a child, then if I get that role, I should be like, oh, give me my child, and it should be able to get those things, right? So maybe it's not just simply a enum, but an actual role object. We'll see. Not efficient, but people roll. People roll. Then we can say class name role. If it's abstract, should it be abstract? Honestly, maybe not, because it's going to be like it just needs an extra value, I guess. So hold on. So it'll be role here. Maybe it can be role-based values. So potentially bad, but you can say we'll have role versus variant. Can be anything. I think. Gatherer, processor, and then user processes the resource. I mean, that's essentially using the resource. Oh, there are going to be so many like terms that needs to be defined. May not be as simple as I initially thought and hoped. Not only is there a role, there's a relationship, which allows for familiarness. Society would come up with some rules, but that's not my point or problem. Let's say we have new project, script. Project is going to be its own resource that people start. Class name project, which may be something else, but We were saying project's going to have a name, and then they're going to have some goal. Let me just go back to what I've defined so far. A lot of the head work I've done earlier. I just need to remember them. This is a long document, by the way. How the world works, location. We're looking at projects, engine of change here. Each project targets a location. Okay. So I think the project needs to have a target that it wants to impact. So our target, which impacts people, location, or environment. Daniel says, took 30 minutes to restart, but I'm back, baby. Hey, welcome back. I think the project target will probably be defined by an enum again, which, you know, at this point you feel that it's too much, but society, and then we can add more. Environment, location, or resource. Or world resource? Should I call it world resource? Okay. And then this is intended purposes. Export. Var goal. I guess it really depends on the target type. You can't really define the goal, huh? Denmal says, so did you say you got a new camera? Looking crisp. I got a new lens. Camera is already really good. Sony ZV-10 is what I'm using. It's a lot of the kind of like that first step up from phone camera. But yeah, good bokeh right here. Crisp and soft. I also got the little UV filter, UV protection filter, which does a lot to soften the highlights, I think. So it feels nice and like crisp. I like it. I'm excited to make more videos with it. Okay, so let me think about this real quick. So you have a target that obviously the projects, the people decide on the society, changing the environment or changing the location, like travel towards the location. World resource. I think the goal, I don't know how I would define the goal, because I feel like depending on the project type, you would have different type of parameters that is associated with it. I almost feel like I need to extend the project to make different project type. Myth says, hey Ezra, since the title says ask anything, what are your tips on becoming a full-time game dev? Did you plan on doing game dev full-time when you weren't? Okay, well, I think from my experience, because I did kind of work in a place where they had full-time game devs, my original goal, I really didn't have a goal when I was studying, but that was a long time ago. I do think that it is relevant to say working full-time software dev is probably very similar to being a full-time game dev. Obviously, you need to have relevant experience, meaning you know, because you need to pass an interview, first of all. So researching what people ask in an interview is probably the first step if your goal is indeed getting a job, to see where you need to be, right? Now, before doing that, you do need the fundamentals of like, can you program, period. Tooling, I don't think tooling is as important, but it does help. So for example, the language choices and tooling is not as important, but it is important at the same time because, for example, I am right now working exclusively in GD script, which is Godot's its own language. I learned programming a long time ago through schooling and experience. I worked at Amazon and Google, but mostly we use like TypeScript and Java, right? So then it's very specific form. Now, if I say I'm going back to job again, I have to interview for Java, right? I forgot a lot of the stuff, as in like not forgot how to do things, as in like the syntax, I'm not familiar with it anymore as I used to be when I was working, because I took a break for like 2 years doing this. So the advantage is that I know programming concepts, so learning the syntax is not that hard. You just like, if I study for like 2 weeks, I can come back to it. But you still need 2 weeks of preparation. So if you're working on the kind of the environment and language that would be used for interviewing anyways, you have some advantage in that you are like really immersed in it. So that might be a choice that you might want to make. But if you're thinking about like just making a product, not a job, if your job wants to be like, if you want to make it for your own and you never want to work for someone else, then it's not as relevant. So that's one thing that I would say pay attention to and look up what people are using. So then like the language does become relevant. But once again, if you don't, it's not a big deal. More important thing is learning the programming concept, which I want to return to. Learn the basics of programming, right? Data structure and algorithm is the core thing. That's the only thing they can test you on, basically. Well, not true. There's some design aspect, but then if you're entry position, it doesn't matter. It matters a little bit. It matters that you are familiar with the difference between object-oriented programming, which is the modern programming, versus functional programming, which is an old school programming. It doesn't really matter. So if you understand all the concept of object-oriented programming plus data structure and algorithm, typically you would pass most coding tests. In addition to that, you need to be able to talk about your project and talk about your thought process. So communicating, talking out loud, put a little rubber ducky and talk to the rubber ducky on your process. That's important. Myth says, I was thinking more along the lines of being a solo dev. I have a fair bit of programming experience. Oh, great. Okay, same. Okay, so I'm still discovering it. I'm not like, I haven't made it, right? I would say I do have a pretty good audience in a YouTube video platform, and I'm growing in Twitch as well, which I think has been helpful in terms of getting visibility. But one thing that if I have to say, learn from my mistake, like something that I wish I did, I haven't done, or I've just only recently started, scope down to have actually a plan of launch. If you want to do solo dev and you have enough experience, I think that would be my biggest man, it's less of a recommendation, or it's less of a advice, because I don't have the proof to advise you with. But what I do have is the regrets. If I were to go back 2 years ago and tell myself 2 years ago what to do, it would be it's great, you're learning, which is okay. It did what it did. And because I love learning, I have never rested, and it's fine. But if I really started out by saying, these are the scope and the plans and the launch, like the first launch of the project, I think I would be further along. I've only done that in my recent project with Dread on Arrival, which immediately, as soon as I wrote the roadmap of this is my goal of launch, this is my first release version, this is the plan for second release version, things became a lot more clear. I'm more of a intuition person. So I like doing things with intuition and keeping a lot of the moving flexibility within my head as a creative person. But I hate to say it, planning a roadmap gives you more achievable goal. Unless you're just in it for the experience, then just start a content making business. Though I would say content making business is kind of you have to be stubborn with being a game dev first, because the question does come through where you're are you a content maker that's making game, or are you a game dev who's making content? Because those are two different flavors. Because the common practice in content making business is that you pick the topic of content based on the clickability first, which means it may not be relevant to the game you're making. And that's the kind of problem that I'm in. I'm okay with doing that because, like, okay, well, I still have time. I'm still working on my game. But first of all, I want to grow my audience and so that I can have marketing. So I'm going to do content first. But that means it delays your main project by far a lot. So those are some of the decisions and consideration you need to, I think about. Denimal says, I got a really nice Nikon camera, but I don't know if that would be able to be used for streaming. It's professional grade, though. I'd have to look into its capabilities. Yeah, I'll be surprised if it doesn't, if it's new or nice. I got Sony's ZV-E10 specifically because it allows for that kind of like streaming capability. But it's surprisingly rare. At least you can make a nice video if you want to, but I like it. I enjoy this camera was relatively cheap for that first upper end type of thing. Well, mid-tier. It's funny because all products are always like cheap product that barely gets the job done, and then the next bump is the biggest bump, right? It's kind of expensive. It's like a Christmas gift level price, but then it significantly improves everything, like mic, camera, lighting, all these things. And then after that is like you need to pay a lot more in order to get a tiny bit improvement. And that I'm not going there yet. Miff says, thanks, appreciate it. Sorry if I derailed you, which we're doing. No, this is part of the channel's thing. There's nothing to derail. We have no progress. I'm here to chat, honestly. And, you know, advertise myself, essentially, and help. Demo says, I actually looked it up when you were talking. I can totally use it. Oh, nice. Hey, look at you. We can be streaming buddies. Anyways, project target. I'm tempted to make a project type instead of using it as a single resource. Have a extensible thing where I can be like, if it is, depending on what project it is, it'll have like versions of defining what it does. So we'll get to that probably. Let's see. All right, I think we have some fundamental building blocks. I wanna plan, I guess, technical plan. It's time for some technical planning of how these game objects will interact with each other in terms of generation. So we're going to have some generation logic planning here. Which means we need to figure out what happens first, what happens next, etc., etc. We need the world to be, we need location to be, I think, laid out. Lay out the location, I think. Lay out the location and environment, meaning we have a starting environment. So init requirement location generation environment generation people generation. I'm not really sure if people generation is as important. These are some of the steps, I guess. So we start with location, and then we create some environment. And, ooh, you know what? Without even the people, this needs to simulate over the year, right? Without anyone impacting it. So the first thing first, I suppose we'll need roadmap. Speaking of, we'll think about some of the versions, what versions we can have as we plan this out. I guess version description. I don't know what the second tab will be, but for now I'm going to do this. Let's see. Hold on. I got a text message. I'm going to make sure I read these so I'm not missing anything. Sorry. Okay, I think we're okay. Ooh. I forgot that I had a put option open. Well, we'll find out tomorrow. I can't do that right now. Anyways. Denimal says, don't they know you're an important streamer? Yeah, exactly. Don't they know I'm an important streamer? Don't have time for text messages? Messaging me in the middle of stream. How dare they? That's the idea. All right. Version description. I think the first one I think we really need is location or environment generation that operates without society. This means our resources and environment changes over time without external influences. That's the first one. I think the second one could be add people who is part of the environment as part of the environment. So simulate their life via usage and interaction with the environment without manipulating them. Kind of like as another creature in this world. And then we can start simulating right, so it's like they're just consuming resources. They're just generating resources, they're just consuming resources. And then we got to give them purpose, I think. The goals. They start developing technology. So add projects in terms of technology and improvements. Add government and relational impacts. And then lastly, add player interaction. And at the end, Gen AI integration for narrative flavoring. Exactly. That's my plan right now. Meanwhile, I shall go use the restroom. I'll be back. The big girl is here. Hi, I'm back. Let me show you the big girl. Oh my god. The big girl hates the camera. Oh. Hold on, focus. There you go. Ta-da. This one doesn't like camera as much. Alright, get out of here. Okay, fine. A scaredy cat. Always spooked. Daniel says, oh, she beautiful. Yeah. She's a chunkier one, for sure. Chunky cat. Okay. So environment generation. I think I want to add simply a resource generation and creature relationship. Like predator and consumption. Not this cat just opening the door and coming in after I kicked her out. They have mine their own. I mean, technically I could just ignore them, but it is distracting. I would like to keep my door closed. There's like a Kool-Aid man kicking in the door. Can you imagine a Kool-Aid cat? Buddy. Peach. Yeah, you. Can you get out? Why are you in here? Hello? Can I help you? Well, now that the camera is better. Oh, did you hear the meow? She meows really, really quietly. Sometimes she does the silent meow where she pretends to meow and she makes the meow face, but no sound comes through. Oh, she's stimulated. Hey, can you get out? Done. You're done. She just wants to spank. Can you get out? Whatever. I guess she wants to stay in here. Let's see how long she lasts before she needs to go. Oh, meow. You're saying, or you're saying oh meow instead of oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. I see. Just jumping through. I'll let her rub herself on me until she wants to get out. Okay. You know what? This would be a great time to use one of my generator logic. So if you guys remember, I have been making, which, oh my gosh, I know there are a lot of people still being like out there being like, Ezra, when's the next episode coming out? I have my dungeon generator package. Okay. Which I've been working on. And one of the more organic, lifelike simulator within the generation is called a cellular automata. Basically, it's the same thing as a cellular automata, right? Life thriving versus dying. A cellular automata which gets suffocated if there's too many of them. And then, well, they only suffocate because of the resource, I guess, situation. So they eat something, creatures eat something, or life forms consumes something. I don't know if I should distinguish between plants and creature. Well, we'll see. All right. I think on main, what we want to do is we are generating. First thing we wanted to do is create creatures. I don't know if create vegetation. I guess it's specific types, like not just any vegetation, but like very specific types of vegetation. Because I want to say anything like common, like forest or wood and tree, won't be a resource that we care about. And we can only have 2 specific creatures. So I would say make a folder called life form. We'll create a creature resource. We'll see. Dude, this cat can't stay still. She hates closed doors. She just opened the door and came back again. Peach, I can't. I'm busy here. My goodness. Or creature name, which is basically a display name. I guess I should call it display name. To be in line with everybody else. Daniel says, does the door not latch? Or does she have thumbs? So the door is like angled down a little bit. In order to latch, I need to like lift it up. But if I do that, she's just going to scratch at the door. And it's going to be annoying. What is that? Thanks for the sub, Shane Blackburn on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Oi. Fatty, can you get out? Where's Tiny? Okay, it's latched now. Should be permanent solution now. She will annoy me. She's scratching the door already. Cat life. Okay. Display name, we're going to use the generator. It's going to be some sort of creature. I think they should either eat vegetation or other creature, right? Or do they consume resource? Would that be a thing? That'd be interesting. This categorization could be confusing. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Please stop. Goodness. It's cute but annoying. Fuel would be other creatures. Should I specifically define them? Okay. I need to figure out if I'm going to be generic, meaning, you know how like in real life, omnivores could eat another predator or prey creatures, right? And it's only dependent on like the whole generation is like cycle of how easy it is to get it, how hard it is to get it, versus being like, oh, this one only gets this. Like, that doesn't happen in real life. But I think for simplicity of the simulation, I don't think people will be too bent up on it if I say, oh yeah, this creature specifically only eats this other creature. And I think the base creature that doesn't eat any other creature would just be set to have this categorization is something that I need to work with. I mean, it's not something that I can tweak until the generation is done, I suppose. So the creature is just like resources. I guess creature is kind of a resource, huh? Where we have generation rate and decay rate. Collection will require certain flight. Okay. I guess creature is resource, huh? Sorry, I'm just thinking about how if I should categorize it as separate from the resource or creature should be its own thing. And my brain is overloading. Denim says, lol, I hear that they do that when I'm asleep, even though their feeder is automatic and has nothing to do with me. Yeah, they're bored. Yeah, I mean, they want to play, especially if they're by themselves. Typically, I find that playing with them a lot helps with their annoyance, but right now I can't play with them. Let's see. I mean, these are a lot of the common themes between different things. You know what? I'm going to define it as its own and then worry about it later. Robot says, good evening. Looking forward to see on what you're working on. Last time I saw a space strategy game. That is still en route. We're working on World Generation Simulator right now, which eventually I think I'm going to integrate a thin layer. Okay, so the better description is world is simulated, the data is represented. Something happens and data changes, so delta happens. Delta of the data, right? Which is a lot smaller than the world. The world delta is then taken as a snapshot, and that delta is described as a story by the Gen AI. So for example, if we say environment changes from forest to burning forest, and then the creatures count goes from 5 to extinct, then the story might be able to tell, well, a fire spread and creatures of the forest all died and none survived, which makes it so that this resource, the creature, becomes scarce and some story starts to form. I think that's kind of the idea. But yeah. Creature, I think fuel is important. Right now we're going to say 1-to-1. I'm not going to define any parameters like how much of the creature it needs to eat in order to survive. As long as each creature can't eat a equivalent creature, it should survive. And then, I think they have a decay rate. Like survival, as long as they fuel up, they remain alive. But that becomes harder as they get old. You know what? I'm gonna make it so that it's like a overall picture. So they have a birth rate. So I think they have a generation rate, and decay rate is how many of them dies off. And depending on the abundance of the fuel, I think the rate of decay changes. So we'll say generation rate, which is float, and then we have a decay rate, which will be a float. And let's see. In the main, gosh, this cat is persistent. Peachy, you don't even want to be here. Can you stop? Can you stop? Come here. Come here. Wow. Big Chungus. Big Chungus, why are you doing that? Can you leave me alone, please? My goodness. Are you about to hate me? Okay. Bye. Jeez. So annoying. Where'd you go? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Can I work, please? My goodness. Oh, thanks for the follow, Holly. Robot says, nice cat. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. Today I worked on simple word generation as well. Simplified different types of terrain. I wanted to make random generation of this terrain, which seems realistic. Is this what you did? I'm trying to do something like that, but we'll see. I'm trying to be like a little bit more data driven, but I do want some sort of like indicator. It would be nice if we have some sort of visual indicator for population. Maybe that's okay, yeah. So for example, if I do canvas layer and add creature population. I wonder if that will be really hard. Oh, not that. Progress bar. If I do progress bar, HBox container. I think I do want to make a creature stat here. This will be panel of, I guess, creature stat. And I think the creature stat UI, which I think is under this, we can create a new scene. This might take a little bit, but I think it's okay. Oh, maybe it's not this. Maybe I make a UI folder. And then what I'm going to make is a scene, control scene. That's for call amount display line. An amount display line is essentially an HBox container with label and progress bar. And then the attached script, you just simply define the display name and current amount. Amount display line. String, or not string, this is going to be float, I guess. And then basically when this change, we're gonna update some stuff. And then if is node ready, update render, which will be its own function. Then do the same thing with this other one. Updating the render. Let's see. And then on ready is going to call update render as well so that the initial value is assigned. And I think 100 is max value right now. I want to make it so that it stays a certain size. So let's see. And let's say this one is that. I suppose the container sizing would be vertically we're shrinking center. Horizontally we're going to expand to fill. Maybe we'll do shrink and shrink center sounds fine, I guess. Just really depends on the size of this. Make it at least like 25 high. Say 20. Okay. Something like that. The max value versus the actual value is what's concerning. I would say maybe the max value is determined by, I think the max value should be determined by the, should be frozen. Oh, nice. All right, Peach, you can get out now. Out. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. Okay, Demo says, Meanies at my company is pulling into a meeting, cutting into my Ezra time. You should charge them for that. McRae says, how's the progress coming on the game? It's coming along. We got some plan. We're making a little bit of change at a time. I'm hoping that, because I still want to visually see these data. I'm making a visualizer as well. See what that does. Robot says, I see a guitar next to you, the wall. Do you play often? What style? Don't you have a band? I don't have a band. I just play kind of like chords and whatnot. I've played guitar and sang on stream before. There used to be a channel point redemption that people redeemed to make me song. or to make me sing my original song from years ago, which is always embarrassing. But it's also not on topic. Demo says he serenaded us once. It was beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know. Do I appreciate that? Anyways, the max value, I'm not really sure what to set it as, honestly. Because the max value, the progress bar will depend on this. 100 is 100 a lot? Is the question, I guess. Let's say we're going to allow greater. So for example, if I go 110, or, oh, this is min value. Whoops. If I go value equals 110, 100 versus 110. Looks like nothing, huh? What if I shrink to the beginning? Doesn't do anything either. I mean, it just means it allows greater value. We'll see, we'll see. I guess it doesn't really matter. How about I say max value is set as well? We're gonna go our max amount will be value here. Just do this real quick. Basically, based on that, we'll have this and this. Text will equal to display name. Progress bar value will equal to current amount. Max value will equal to max amount. Should work. There's a simple UI structure here. We're going to create some creatures here. Probably should delete this for now. Life form. Say creature generator. Create a ref count at 1. Or say creature generator. Yep. Ref count it. Class name. Creature generator. I suppose we need population as well. Generation rate, decay rate, and we said var population. There can't be a float population, I suppose. I'll make the computation a little bit slower, but I think it'll be okay. Creature generator. Oops. Probably need to rename this with the underscore case. Okay. Okay, and then I say func generate will give me an array of creatures. So the result will be an array of creatures. Robot says, is this going to be kind of simulation of life game? You generate a world and then it develops in some way? Yeah, basically. I think the summary hype line was Dwarf Fortress plus SimCity in some ways. But I think it's slightly more complicated than that. But at the end of the day, what I want to witness, right? this is less about a game, but more of an experiment for me. Because I want to witness something. I want to witness a world, a society that's being simulated where I can interpret story out of it. If I see a data, if I make some choice or the choices that are being made by the world, I look at the changes. I want to be able to tell there is a story there. There's something happening there. There's some logic that's happening. The world is changing. Because if I can get to that part, then I can be like, then we can write a story over it. And part of it is also like, I'm going to DM some tabletop RPG game soon, in a few weeks, I think. I need to prep that. So instead of prepping for it, I'm like, I want to build a world. I want to generate a world so I can just respond to it as opposed to like planning it out, which is probably silly way to solve this, but yeah. Okay. So we're saying creatures, they naturally generate and decay. They have fuel. I guess we want to have a configuration that says requires fuel, which seems a little silly. I almost feel like if this is null, this is false by default. So I would say we need to create one feed base creature, right? Base creature that doesn't require fuel. And then random creature circle of life. So I guess circle of life. How many circle of life should we spawn? Maybe we spawn one circle of life. Is that too much? I do feel like the generation will automatically adjust how fast things get to spawn. I do think that generation rate should depend on abundancy of the fuel. Okay, we're going to think about this. Because if I wanted to naturally adjust where everything is untouched, circle of life spins around. I think like creature migration and stuff like that may impact circle of life. I think that could be interesting. Sorry, I'm just second guessing the circle of life. Do I specify what they eat versus can they eat anything that they can hunt? And the ability to hunt other creatures are defined by some of the stats or not. Is some of the ideas that's spinning around in my head that I'm trying to resolve. I don't want it to get too complicated. Well, we're not going to do fuel. We're going to do strength here. Because strength allows for some sort of, they can eat something or they can kill something or not. But what if they're like, they're not that strong, but then if they overwhelm something, they can. I don't know. Oh my gosh, there are too many things. There are too many variables. I need to like calm down with this. Are we gonna make them evolve? Oh my gosh, I think I might have to make them evolve. I might have to spawn random 20 creatures and then have them evolve over time. For like 10 generation, they become stronger if they're getting hunted too much, or they become weaker and faster. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Is this too much? Is this too much? It might be too much. But I want to see it. I think this could be fun. Hold on. I hate myself for doing this, but Polymetron says no, keep going. Thanks for encouraging me. Because what I want to know, I mean, yeah, what I want to see is text log of like blah 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 evolved to become stronger, to fight off predators. Blah 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 changes its main diet to blah 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 for better survival. And then that would be, I think that's kind of sick. I mean, I like the idea of it. Hello, Scope Creep, old friend. Let's say this is going to be, I don't know, 400 by 250 maybe. All right. So this is the log. I'm going to have a log. And basically, can I add lines to the log? I mean, technically I could just print. Should I do print first? Oh man, I'm getting way too excited here, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Creator generation. We're gonna generate a creature, and then I guess funk evolve. I suppose that's something that needs to happen, given the creatures. Well, we'll see. So we'll create, I think, certain number. Let's say we'll start with 30 types of creature. Strength. And we're say our main diet, which would be string. So we'll display it. Should I hold? Yeah. Main diet, or just call it diet, which would be the name of the diet. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it'll. Yeah, that's okay. Diet is string. We got a generation rate, decay rate. Current population will be a count. And then I'm going to make it so that there's like a base diet, which is, I'm going to say plant diet. Makes it harder to generate. So we don't need any of these. For I in count, we're going to push back a random creature. Where the display name is randomly created. Name generator, generate random word. And then this creature will also have a, I think probably base generation rate. And then decay rate. That matches, probably. And then population at 50. And then its strength is random between 0 to 100. Let's say. Okay. Let's think. I don't know about... The evolution needs to have... needs to consider what is its major concern. What is the species' major concern? And where do I define that? Right? If they're not birthing enough, they can choose to live longer. Okay. But where's the starting point? Should the starting point be random? I think so. Let's say we do random on these. The generation rate and decay rate is random. Let's float. 1 being maximum and 0.5 being population is a float. So we'll have starting population of 0. Or let's start with, start with 50. So we create a bunch of creatures. So we say creature generator generate. And by default, we have 30. So we're going to create 30 creatures. Let me make sure that the music is still going. All right. 30 creatures with some random stats. For each of the creature, we have to let certain number of years pass, I think. So let me... I think the creature stat still needs to be added for these. So we'll go creatures, create stat, population stat bar for each. So for creature in creatures, we're going to instantiate the UI. This. And then creature stat container is going to be this. VBox container. I'll create this so that it's like our layout. Top left and make it 200. Something like that. This will be full rect. On display line will be instantiated. And then we'll have a UI mapping here. I suppose I should do it this way. Creature stat. We're going to create a creature stat UI. Class name. Creature stat UI. It's going to have a VBox container. Add new creature. And then we're going to say func update creature count, like so. And it's going to say name, creature name. When we are adding a new creature, we're going to take this and instantiate it. So over here, all we have to do is say, hey, creature stat, add, hold on, instead of panel, it needs to be a creature stat UI. Add creature, add new creature, which will creature name. So, and then creature stat, update creature count, which will have count here. It's going to do its own thing. The name will be BrainsUp says, hello, handsome. Nice font size. Thank you. Is it not big enough? It's for the viewers. It's for all of you guys. I'll have you know, I like it smaller, but I prefer it smaller. If it's too big, I think I'll stop there, actually. I do wonder how much natural updates we need to have with this. So let's say creature and creatures. We updated, we're creating a stat line, and that is by doing this, instantiate. And I think I'm going to probably make a creature stat map, which is going to be dictionary of string to the actual, what is it? Amount display line. So that way I can register creature name to this. I mean, technically, I don't even need to do this. I feel like I could just go update. Would be this or create a new instance of it where I get rid of this. So it's an upsert, actually. Var bar. But then I don't like that, actually. You know what? Here. Like so. And then creature name, value, or this is a amount display line. Display name will equal to the creature name. And then the I think current amount equals to count. I do think that we do need to decide on its max value, which I guess I'll make it 500 for now. 50 about 10th. Okay. So in the beginning, bunch of creatures gets created and then display line gets populated. In this case, 30, which is a lot, actually. Maybe 30 is a little bit too much. But let's see what that looks like. It's gonna go. Oh, interesting. Creature gets generated. Creature, we got this. We add new creatures here. Oh, we didn't. Okay. We need to make sure this gets added as a child to the VBucks container. Boom. Look at all these creatures. We got Naikodaki, Nakui, Somebagov, Raduto, Voyitahuri, Pivoaquatiul. This is impossible to pronounce, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're getting the points across. I'm gonna make this 1080p for now. Look at all these creatures. Beautiful. Oh, we got a Sifu. Hey, we got Saki. All right. That's kind of funny, actually, seeing those names. I'll make it full screen for now. Okay, okay. Next important thing, I think, is to add a button. Interestingly enough, the panel doesn't increase with its content, which is kind of annoying to me. Because I thought the whole point of panel is that it changes size based on its child. But I guess not. Whatever. I'm not gonna cry about it. We'll create a, I think, year, which will be, I think, HBox container, which is time control. And I'm going to put this over at probably top right for now. And we'll say label, which will be like year. Or should I call it a year or time? Let's do in the scales of week. And then we'll control button start, which will be something like that. And then I guess the start can become pause button. Time toggle button. And then time control can have a timer, which ticks on every 0.1 seconds. Basically, the time control, I think, probably should have its own thing under UI. What I'm thinking with this, it'll signal out tick. What the? Hold on. Oh, the simulation is getting heavy. We're signaling out tick, and then on button toggle, which I guess I should make its own scene here. Say branch as scene under UI, time controller, and it's going to be looking at the button here. Right now it says start, but it can be anything. Timer on timeout is going to do something. I mean, it's going to emit tick, essentially. And then on press, depending on the state, I suppose, we could say var timer state, which is controlled by the timer. So we'll say, hey, if the on press, if the timer is stopped, then we're toggling this on, meaning we're going to change the button text to start or resume, I guess. Otherwise, we're changing the text to pause. Right. And another thing is that based on this, timer will start versus stop, like so. And every time it ticks, we're going to update the label here. Var time count starts with 0. And then on every tick, we're going to increment it by 1 here. And this, when this updates, if the node is ready, then we're going to get the label and change this text to be basically weak, like so, where the digit is equal to the count. And this one comes down here. It doesn't like this. Oh. Like so. All right. I think that should just work. So I could go boop. Yep, like so. Okay, so timer is kind of working. When the timer is ticking on pass, we got to change the creature stat as the time changes. So on tick, meaning on every update, which is not quite same as the process updates. This is our own time controller tick. We're going to update the main to say on time control tick. we're going to take our creatures, which should I put it under game stat? I think I need to make a global variable, call it game stat. Game stat, game state. I should rename this game state. And then we call this script, create a world state. And the world state, which I'll rename like that. Class name, world state. Probably be a resource or something. And or ref count it. Yeah. And it's going to hold on to values like creatures, which will be an array of creature. And on main, when this happens, we basically say world resource dot creatures, which I guess I should make this static. Ooh. Oh, that's a different one. World state. Like so. Wait, can I not make a static class? I suppose I need to make each variable static. I'm going to make this global. So we'll say globals. We're going to add the world state as global. That collide with the existing global script class name. Okay. Let's call it. Apparently, world state already exists. Let's call this games world state. I guess it doesn't need... Oh, that's right. I forgot. If I'm making a global, I don't need a class name. That's what it's doing. Boom. It's added as global. And then it's going to be empty to begin with. On main, it's going to say world state. Creatures will equal to creatures on generate, which happens on ready. Never is not found. Why is it saying that it's not found? Okay, I guess that's fine. Okay, so now the world state is available. We come over here. On every tick, generate and decay creatures. Right. So we'll say, based on their for creature in world creatures, creature decay rate, creature generation rate. So I think the rate will be considered as a probability of decay, I think. Or is it a decay percentage per tick? 10% dies on every week is a little bit a lot. But I'm going to do that anyways for now. So we'll say creature population, or our population delta will equal to... Well, that doesn't make sense. If you have more population, it decays more flat amount if we just do it based on the rate itself. I think the rate needs to be... okay. It's just creature generation rate minus decay rate is the population delta, I think, for a single week. Which means... I think I kind of want it more than 1 or 2. I think the randomness on generate for this, we want this to be in range of it generates between 10 to 30, and it decays between 10 to 30, whatever it is. Some might extinct based on that, but I want to see that happen before I make any changes. So we're saying, hey, generation rate minus decay rate will give me a population delta. Okay, that's a float. And the population delta will be applied to the population. Like so. But we want it to be so that minimum population you can have is 0. Yeah. So between maximum 0 to population plus population delta. So we're capping it at 0. If we are at 0, we're skipping its generation thing. If creature population equals less than equals 0, then we are going to skip this generation. Okay, so some numbers will change every tick. Nice. It really doesn't like this whole world state thing. I have a feeling that this is going to go really bad or another. Why is it doing that? Oh, enhancement. Oh, it has to be node? Okay. I guess it needs to be a node in order to be a global. What else? So population changes, some randomness happens. On every tick, it's going to change. If it's at 0, it stops. I want to see. Oh, I haven't made it so that the display updates. Canvas layer. I think we need to update the creature. Go. Boop. After population changes, we say creature stat, update creature count, creature display name, creature population. Okay. Let's see them die off. Oh. Okay. So some died off very quickly, which makes sense. I do think that the starting population is kind of important. So we're going to make starting population be 500. So everybody starts at 500. I guess the max for this should be, I don't know, 2,000. Okay. I mean, it's really quick, but they generate, they die off. Cool. Next up. They need to evolve. I think every certain amount of tick. When do they evolve? Okay, so they're dying because their natural rate is bad. Okay. So we need them to mutate. So mutation. Few things to consider here. I'm really creating this simulation ground up here. I'm thinking. I mean, they can't just like increase their birth rate or reduce their birth rate, can they? I would feel like that depends on the abundance. All right. So we want to say some ideas here. If going extinct, increase birth rate or decrease decay rate, death rate. We're going to say I do think that there should be a natural suffocation rate where if there's too much population, but then that happens with the resources, doesn't it? Like the food naturally controls that. We'll come to it. Increase birth rate or decrease death rate, but we never do it directly. We do that by impacting its other spot. Birth rate increase or death rate can decrease by what did we say? The creature has diet by choosing a diet. I mean, I'm not going to do like calories and stuff. Having a diet. If you have any diet, meaning if you have any creature that you can eat, if you choose a creature that you can eat, death rate goes down. So death rate down if diet exists by some fixed amount. Amount reduced depends on this would be hard. I feel like it should depend on the strength of the diet. Inverse strength diff plus population. So I'm thinking hold on. Oh. I wonder if this is going to be interesting. Amount of interest. Okay, so Diet can change based on the strength diff because it's harder to catch. And then if there's not enough. But this means, but it increases death rate of the diet. I guess this should, instead of death rate going down, it should be birth rate increases. Birth rate increase if diet exists. Amount reduced depends on strength, diet creature. I gotta make sure can't. Side effect like if diet is gone, birth rate stops. And then we have to change its diet. I think. Now we'll see. I have in my head, I'm like, maybe I should consider like how easy it is to find the diet so that the diets don't go extinct immediately. That's fine. Maybe that's why people need to start projects. Amount reduce. Okay, birth rate can increase by adding a diet. I'm gonna say you know what? I think strength of the diet determines birth rate increase, but also impacts death rate. I think there's like a balance between the two, where stronger the prey is, more birth rate it increases, but closer the strength of the diet is to you, more likely for it to cause death, I think, is the idea here. So that's important. That's the first evolution. So mutation probably happens every, I don't know, every 10 weeks. Our time tick since last mutation. Where we go like this. 1, and then this resets to 0. Oh. Yeah. Ten. Yeah. Then we're going to mutate. And also, once we mutate, we reset to 0. All right. So the idea here is on mutation, we're going to do... I suppose I want something like creature generator, evolve. Instead of evolve, I provide a creature for evolution. Or maybe it's a helper function within this. So I'll say func pick new prey for the creature. Something like that. If it needs to. If creatures... Well, I guess I could do it inside. I mean, technically I could also do this. Continue. So I don't have to nest any of these. Where we say pick new diet. If creatures generation rate is greater than creatures decay rate, or other way around. And picking a new diet for the creature I guess it should bias towards what's plentiful instead of it being random. I almost feel like they need to relocate in order to find stuff if I want to do a proper simulation, but not too worried about that right now. What is it yelling at me for? Oh, it's saying that this is not used. Okay. All right, some formula here. Hey, K-Mac back. Welcome, welcome. Hi. Hello, hello. I'm slightly struggling here. A lot of thinking that's being involved. Only to find out that it might or might not work. But we'll see. Okay, should there be a logic? Well, I guess we're saying that the strength between it's gonna try a diet. I think mutation is random, and then it's gonna be like, maybe not. Until it lands on something that it's like, okay, this is sustainable. So I would say, but it's got to make sure it doesn't pick. Well, I guess there should be a history. So generation rate, I suppose the diet, we can have ancestral memory. Which should be an array of diet, essentially, for now. And basically, we're going to go through each diet option for diet option. Hey Kitty World, welcome, welcome. Hi. in world state creatures. So we're going through all the creatures. We're going to skip a creature. Is it a, I guess, display name equals that option. I don't know if they need to eat their own kind at all. We're going to continue here. If creature ancestral memory has that option display name, then also we're going to continue. Or I guess we should filter this off. Var diet options, which will be array of creature, will be this filtered by function creature. It'll be filtered by something that is not this and not this. There you go. And then we're going to randomly pick. What? Oh. Pray here. And then we're going to pick random from that. And basically, we're going to update the ancestral memory. Push back. Creature. Display name. And this is going to be added to this if creature ancestral memory size is greater than 3. Let's say we only remember 3 generations. Then we're going to pop front, remove that. Cool. So we added a new diet because we required a new diet. And the idea is well, we'll see. There's like the permanence of every time you choose a diet, it permanently changes it. And if you switch a diet, it doesn't like undo it, which is a problem. But basically, we chose a diet. The population delta should be affected by the diet, I think. So we'll say population delta generation. Instead of doing this, we say if the population delta is negative, let's pick a new diet. Maybe even 0 to negative. Mikori says, don't forget to add the 0.001% of catastrophic horrible plague. Exactly. When disease comes, that's going to be interesting. Just an array of creatures. This. I wonder if I can just get creature information. So we can like just map it instead of going through every single creature to find it. I suppose I could do that. Our creature map, which is name to creature. You know, the tragedy of this is that, I mean, unfortunately, the reality of the simulation and actually if it is achievable or not, if it'll do anything meaningful, is unknown until we actually do it. Until we actually make it. So like, you know, as much as I hope that I do all this work and then we see some interesting result where we can use, there's a chance that nothing comes out of it. However, hopefully, even if it fails catastrophically, we will have an opportunity to, what do you call, make a devlog that can be fun. But we'll see. Okay, so the population delta depends on the prey. So if we say, hey, like, if the creature has a diet, if the creature's diet is not empty and it is not a null value, then we're going to have some sort of impact on the population delta, which is we got to grab the prey information, creature map. We're going to get the prey information here through this. So we got the prey. Var strength diff, which will be, I think, int. Sorry, I'm just turning on music here. The music paused for a little bit. Hello? It's struggling to load. All right. Okay. So it's saying we're going to have a strength diff between the creature that's feeding versus creature that's being a prey. And this is going to impact it somehow. Not only that, I think the population availability ratio, which is the population of the prey versus the creature's population. Like so. All right. With the strength diff and availability ratio. What do we say? We said if the strength diff is 2, but then we have the raw strength of the prey, which impacts the... Basically, this is the quality of the meat. I would say this population delta increases by the prey strength, which I guess, how bad is it? What is our generation range? Strength is between 0 to 100. We'll say 50% of the strength is how much it increases it by. Very good. But if the strength diff basically population delta will I guess the death rate increases if the strength diff is zero or more. So, well, if it's close, I guess. If the strength diff is less than equal to 1, meaning that can be negative, then we want to decrease the population because they're starting to die off. More negative it is, more kills it performs. So we would say smaller it is, stronger. Okay. So it's an inverse ratio. 1 over strength diff. But then it's going negative. And then sometimes it's positive. So what am I looking for here? It is inversely proportionate. If the difference is minus something, like it's huge. Maybe I should do less than. And we're divided by 0, so that's going to be not good. So at base, if the prey is strong, it's going to reduce the population by, or delta by 10, I think. Let me see what our base number is. I keep forgetting what the base number. Okay, 10 to 30 is the base. So on average, we're going to say 25 is medium. So to start, it impacts it by 5. And then it makes it even worse if the strength diff, the absolute value of strength diff is huge. Meaning any 0, 1, 2, 3 will flat increase this delta. Okay. So population delta becomes negative. Availability ratio makes it so that if there's less prey than creature, so if availability ratio is less than 1, meaning there's no 1-to-1 configuration. Hey, thanks for the follow, Drink Caterade. Welcome. Okay, so if we say availability ratio is fractional, then we're going to make the if there's too many available, should it increase? You know what? Actually, I think I need to do that. Population delta will increase by, or will be multiplied by the availability ratio. Meaning it's going to be reduced based on the availability. And then I want to have mutation reasons. I think when it's mutating, I want to create a display of the stat when we're picking a new diet, right? So this is a mutation here. So what we're going to have is var what do you call generation status, which is like a array of reasons. And then it's going to just include some stuff here. Where this one is going to be is too strong as a prey. And then we produce the prey's display name. And then if availability ratio is less than 1, we add a reason saying is not very available. And then another station saying population delta here. Strength diff makes it so that, yep. I think that's okay. And then when we're mutating, where is it? We display this for reasons in this. Print reason here. And we'll say requires mutation. And then we do this creature display name. And then say after this, picked as new diet. And then we can say creature, like so. Let's see what that looks like, honestly. I want to see. Are we going to get something reasonable? Okay, I'm letting it run. Okay, interesting. Oh, they're not reducing anything, huh? Okay. By Macquarie Ma requires mutation. Picked Kwafaya as new diet. Well, why isn't that printing any of the reasons here? Oh, whoops. I wish it was colored. So this one at least is too strong, is not very available. If this is empty, actually, if generation status is empty, I think this just means the diet is not nutritious enough. Not nutritional enough. That's the reason. I guess I should do it like this, though. So it makes more a prettier text, I guess. McCoy says, my biggest shitty script pet peeve. How you can't just curly bracket or, yeah, for formatting. I mean, this is their way to do string formatting. I wonder where that inherited from. I mean, it seems like mostly this one is incrementing pretty... Oh, I flipped it. Anyways, let's see what the situation is here. What's the story? Butior says the diet is not nutritional enough, so they changed it to Wabiquex. Wabiquex has a diet. This one. Okay, they're just changing because things are not nutritional enough. All right. One thing that I didn't do. I gotta make sure how many creatures are eating them. So I think one of the creature stats should be a list of predators. Export var predators, which gets populated at anytime somebody picks them as a diet. Unless, actually, you know what? I think that stat can be retrieved in the beginning, the pre-processing. So we'll say, we have the string to creature, and I think we can also have a creature predator count. All right, I think this is it. So if they have too many predators, they can just birth more, right? But they can't just choose to birth more. They need to change their diet so they can... Okay. All right. So creature predator count will be dictionary of string to int. Right. And then basically creature prey or diet, we'll say get diet 0, and then we're going to basically +1 that, where we go like this. Right, so we're incrementing it by 1 whenever it is a target of something else. And then during the population delta calculation, I think if it's a prey, we have to decrease the population delta by the predator count. So we say, boom, get creature display name, predator count, which is int, and this one impacts population delta. I don't know if it should be impacted by how much of the predator ratio there is. I think I might have to no, I think I'm going to do a flat rate for now. So population delta will be decreased by predator count times, I guess, each predator adds the decay rate of, let's say 25 was average, so something like 25% of 25, which would be more like 5-ish. And then I don't know if this will do anything. I guess Should they move if the predator impacts their birth rate? I don't know what kind of mutation you can have if there's too much predator. You can't just like argue and say, I'm just going to become predator all of a sudden. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's some movements now. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see what's happening here. Oh, we need to draw some lines to see which one is eating what. Okay, they mutate. They finally settled on some new diet. Coteen is not very available, so it picked this. Prey is not very available, so they switch. I mean, something interesting is happening. Maybe the tick is a little bit too fast, though. Let's make the tick be slightly slower so I can kind of make sense of this better. I mean, it's interesting to see things move around. Oh. They're definitely mutating. There's no... I wonder if it'll get balanced where if there's so many of something and then there's so little of the prey, eventually they balance out. Ooh. We got a few creatures that are going extinct. There's too many of the Rajitizuk. Rajitizuk is, I think, causing issues out here. Would love to see their strength chart. I wonder if they're cyclic, like they're eating each other. They're feeding on each other. Okay. Interesting, interesting. What else do we need to know? I would like to see, if I hover over any of these creatures, I would like to see what their... Well, that's not going to be very indicative. I guess it should highlight what it eats. Oh, you know what? What if it creates a circle of life based on this? Based on the prey chart, it creates a graph of who eats what. That could be interesting. How would I do that though? I guess I gotta create a graph first by traversing the creature tree, and then I like how as some things goes extinct, some of the prey creatures thrive. Let's see. Khoisan requires mutation. The diet is not nutritional enough. Okay. So it picked Zuvanek. I don't know. There's something mesmerizing about staring at that, but I would love to see it graphically represented. I think that'll make it even better. So I guess we'll do some graph traversal out here. Let's see. Right? I feel like that's the only thing missing right now to actually have fun in watching what's happening. If they're bound by location, that would be interesting too. Do I represent it by the dots? I'm trying to see what the best way to graphically represent is. And then I think also I might have to shuffle the order of these creatures being updated too, actually. Well, because that does impact who goes first, who gets reduced first. I mean, these are all nodes. They already have their child mapped out. We don't know which one is the root, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna do graph traversal from each one of them. Yeah, and then if they're standalone, they are just, if they're not part of the whole graph, then they just kind of are wherever they are, I guess. Unless I just like put out all these creatures as a node in a circle first. I guess I could do that. You know what? I'm gonna do that. We'll say creature display. We'll create a creature display here. Technically, I guess it's UI. We're gonna create a new scene called Circle of Life. And Circle of Life right now is controlled, but I think, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I kind of want it to be a node 2D actually. You know what? I'm going to do node 2D for now. And then basically Circle of Life. We're going to draw lines and such. It's going to intake creatures. Render creatures or update. Update circle. It's going to pass the creatures. I mean, this doesn't really need to do anything, but basically we'll have var create a scene called 2D creature node, and creature node is simply for now it's just going to be a circle. So it'll be like display name. Well, yeah. Well, we'll see. It's going to be a display name and export var population. I suppose I should just pass the creature altogether. Resource. And basically I want to draw the circle based on the size of the creature, like the population of the creature, and then it's going to have a label that's a display name of the creature. So I don't know if I draw a circle, if this would be on top of it. Test here. And if I say func draw circle, and then we say position at 0, 0, because it's a node position. And then radius, let's say I do 10 here. And color, do a little, some sort of sky blue situation. It's filled already. Let's say I do this, and then I say population can go up to like 2,000 and over. So I would say $50. I guess 50 is the biggest. No. So we'll say creature population divided by at 2,000. If I do 50 at 2,000, it'll be 40. So I'll do that. It's the radius. So at 50, it's 1. Maybe it can be smaller division than 10. I'll draw a circle on this, depending on the population. Suppose technically I don't know if I should have this update all the time. Draws it once. I want to only redraw it if Q redraw gets triggered, so I think I'm going to leave it as is for now. So for Circle of Life, I'm going to get creature node. And when we're doing this, init circle. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. I gotta get water though. It's not next to me. Water is being had. I'm getting hungry though. I should probably end stream here in a bit. Let's see. I just want to see the circles get created, but maybe I won't get around to it. So for each creature in the creature circle, we'll create a instantiation of this thing where var creature node as creature node. And then I guess its position will matter, but we'll see. We'll say the creature is the creature thing. And the nodes, add child here. The node's position is important here. I'm going to say we're going to subdivide the circle. So we can say, hey, circle var circle radius, let's say, is like 100. It probably should be more like 200, but. And that means going from top all the way around, we want to divide the radian. Oh, you know what? The best way to do this is we do vector of, from the top is vector 2 of 0 to y equals negative radius, right? Meaning the position is straight up. And then we rotate this by the angle, which is, I guess, var current position angle. We start at 0 and we rotate it by position angle times the angle delta, which would be the size of the creatures, number of creatures. And that's 2 pi is a circle. So we're going to say 2 pi divided by the number of creatures will equally subdivide the circle angle, right? And then we can increase this delta by that and do this thing. And we say, hey, Q, or redraw? Can I do redraw? Draw? Oh, creature node. Q redraw. After adding it. And then we can do that on main here. Circle of life here. We'll say circle of life here. After generating, and after this, on every tick, or in the beginning, I guess I could see if it creates a proper circle first. Circle of life, in its circle with these creatures. I just want to see it create that little circle in a center. Okay, there's one node there. Is it not rotating? I want to see if it's actually happening several times. Position would be vector of this thing, rotated by, unless we do here, smaller angle. There's one in the center here. Let's see this here. We got 1, 2. Okay. It's not really. Let's see. Creature node position. It doesn't really seem like it's been rotated. Oh, whoops. We got to increment the current position angle. Equals, or plus equals the delta. There we go. Like this. Starting from 0. Or whatever. Oh, okay. Still not working. Let me see this. I want to see this get incremented. Okay. The position angle is 0 here. It hasn't been incremented by any. Oh. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Silly me. Okay. I think this should work. There it is. They seem to be all same population there. That's fine. We'll do 300 now, because 200 seems a little bit too close. More. More. Okay. Slightly more acceptable. You know what? I'm gonna have this overlap. It's okay. Maybe I also do this. Okay. And then we want it to update. Update circle. I think I'm already passing the creature in, so I could simply do Q redraw on all its children for child and get children. Child as creature node. We just go Q redraw. And this will be called on tick. Because population changes, and over here we could say, I mean, technically we could just signal here, but, you know, circle of life, update circle. I want to see it happen. Okay. It's happening. All right. So the next thing is I want the diagram to be drawn where the prey chart shows up. Also, I can make it so that there's less of them instead of 30. 30 seems a lot. It looks like it's lagging because of the tick ratio. If I do 0.1, it's going to look probably a little more smoother. Pretty cool. All right. And then the next thing is just adding a prey sequence, like the line for the preys. And that would be cool. Not nutritional enough. Too strong of a prey. This is great. I love it. All right. So our adventure continues. But I think we're good for today. It's been 4 hours. Quite a long session today, for me at least. So we're going to raid out here. Thanks for watching, everyone. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Every week. That's my schedule. Well, Fern raided me last time. We haven't gone to Adam in a while. Neither have we gone to Manisha. You know what? We'll go to Fern, because Fern was our recent raid. Chris says, want to know what seeing the circle made me think? It made me think of website Agar.io. I remember that game. How most of the types of games are fake multiplayer games. Are they fake? I always thought it was real people. All right. Well, thanks for watching, everyone. Don't forget to go check out my merch. I guess, I don't know. Do I have a thing? No, I don't. Oh. Wait. That is not it. Don't go there. I guess I have to update that. McCoy says, yeah, YouTuber made a test and turns out like 90% of them are fake multiplier. Oh, that's interesting, huh? Well, that's disappointing. I thought I was like really good or really bad, but I guess it's just fake. Didn't matter after all. Anyways, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you around. I'm going to go make some videos and eat. Bye-bye. I suppose I should say bye to YouTube as well as soon as this goes through.